Yeah. Seven proposal. Just joining me now.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
चालू हुआ
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi all. Yeah, Dr. Khan, when we are going to start this session?
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. Dr. Khan is going to join. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, I'm there. Just allow me 1 minute. We are going to start shortly. Just adjusting the terms. Just in 1 minute, we will start the session.
Okay, thanks.
We are recording the Disney class and you'll be sending the session recorded over.
Is it my screen is visible with everyone?
Yes.
Yes, I can see.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, we are moving to our today's session. Just allow me 1 minute. I'm just adjusting a few more things here. Yeah. Yeah. So very good morning to everyone present in the meeting. On behalf of IDMI and the training provider eShiksha, I'm going to introduce myself. That's Dr. Masiruddin Khans. I'm going to take the 2 days trainings on exploratory data analysis, or we can call it as the Python data analysis for data science point of view. When we talk about analysis, I'm not talking about data analysis, or I'm not moving towards about the exploratory data analysis or any particular aspects. I'm just talking about the analysis. So obviously, when I'm talking about the analysis perspective, it's a very common word, or it's a very common thing. Like those who are working for the banking organizations, those who are working in the medical organizations, those who are working uh, in the field of the I can say that is a sales, or in the field of the educations, or in various respective, there are multiple domains are there. So those who are working from a small positions to the biggest positions, whether the person is working for the manager level, director level, or at initial like the junior uh, service provider on at any levels, I can say that the analysis is a very, very common word. This is the word is comes from the basically analytics or analysis is comes from the science backgrounds, where the chemistry is there, where the physics is there, where the mathematics is there, or any particular subject point of view. I can talk as there is an analysis. Like we have to do some operations, we have to some analyze what kind of things is present. Like suppose those who are working in the education field, once the results is come out for the 10 standards or the 12 standard or any particular class, they have to analyze how many students have scored more than 70%, how many scored have cleared or more scored greater than 60%. Lot of things. How many students failed, how many students scored or cleared the distinctions level, or there if there is a grade A, B, C, D, whatever the grades are there. So analysis is there. Similarly, those who are working with the banking professions, I'm not sure because I'm not the background of the banking domain, but I can say that I have the experience of the data analysis or data scientist. So I can say that the banking peoples are always looking for the perspective part. I can say that is analysis of the customers' profiles. Like I had one uh, conversations 2 3 days back, where my one of the candidates who is working for the civil. So obviously everyone aware about that. What is the civil reports or what exactly? So obviously there are a lot of features are there, a lot of conditions are there, and according to that, your civil or bureau report is going to be created. So the analysis in each domains are there, whether you are working for the banking domains, like whether the person is able to get the loan or not. So there are a lot of things are available, whether we have to take the charge or the particular, if the sufficient balance is not maintained, the bank is going to take the charge. So this all the things or all the conclusions are happening because of the analysis. This all the things are possible because of the analysis. So similarly, the analysis is the terms I can say that it's a very common terms where we have to look our data, what are the trends or what are the patterns are present, or what actually your data is telling to you. That is the main concern of the analysis. And obviously the terms will come as the visualizations. So visualization is nothing but is like to visualize the things. Like I will show you the demonstration as well as about in Python, while when we are going to perform about some I can say that is a practical implementations or hands-on. So definitely you will get the better understanding. But hope everyone understand about the analysis. Can anyone come and tell me about what you understand about the analysis? I'm not talking about exploratory data analysis. I'm not talking about the Python data analysis. I'm not talking about the any in terms of the data science point of view. So hope the term analysis, all of you aware it, and it's a very common term. Those who are working professional, those who are students point of aspects, they're already aware about it very well. So I'm coming to the EDA part or the exploratory data analysis, or what I can say that about that particular things as the Python for data analysis. So first of all, that's you should understand it. What is the importance of the EDA? There are three processes which are very common. Like one is the EDA, and there is a term called as the ETL. So ETL is also one of the process like extract, transform, and the load. EDA is also similar things we have to perform it exploratory data analysis. So we'll have to see to it that what exactly the meaning of what actually the uh, concept behind this. So exploratory data analysis is a very important and the critical step in data science workflow, and it involves examining the main characteristic of the data. That is, you will get the exact idea about your data using visualizations methods before applying any modeling techniques. The importance of EDA or exploratory data analysis includes we have to understanding the data. Like why I'm saying that's understanding the data, the underlying structures and patterns and anomalies, or what kind of a patterns and what kind of a trends your data is showing to you. Similarly, data quality is there. We have to check what, like if I'm getting a data of the sales, or if I'm getting a data of any Airbnb, or if I'm getting a data of the make my trip, or any particular place, if I'm getting a data, obviously this is very important part. Like we have to understand it. The quality of a data is very important. Like whether the person is working for the data analytics, whether the person is going to work for the data science, or whether the person is willing to work for the AI, he or she should go through with the phase of the exploratory data analysis. So data analysis is one of the most and the critical features in the data science workflow. Similarly, hypothesis generations. We have to generate the hypothesis and insight that guide further analysis. Obviously, the model selection is there. So model selection is very important. Then improves communication. So visual representations of data make it easier to communicate finding to stakeholders. Similarly, we have to see the overview of the EDA process. I'm going to elaborate about this particular thing. So this is about the initial explorations Exploratory data analysis in a very simple and very easiest words, I can say that you have to go and operate, or you are going to do the to perform the operations of the data. And while the operations, you will understand what type of a data is present in your data sets or in your database, what type of, or what are the different types of data is there, what patterns it will show. With the help of some statistical concepts, we will understand what kind of a graph, whether we will get about the normal distributions, whether we will get about not normal or the binomial distributions. Is there any data which is having the outliers, or is there any features which is going to produce about the outliers? I will come to one by one topic about like this is so. I'm not going to elaborate or explain with the help of the PPT. Definitely the practical implementation is there, because of without the practical implementations, you will not get the exact idea. So just like obviously in front of you, you can see the process of reviewing and cleaning the data. So obviously in EDA, we have to perform lot of things, so lot of operations, and we will get understand about what kind of a data is present. While doing the analysis, we can generate the reports, we can see the observations, what is your data, what type of a data is present in that particular things. So with the help of the exploratory data analysis, we will understand what insightful informations or what insightful is present in your data sets or in your data. Similarly, with the help of the analysis, when we will reach to understand about what insightful informations or what exactly the things are available in your data, we can generate hypotheses and we can come to a certain prediction as well. And we can come to a certain conclusion as well, like, or like if when we are to look about the, I'm just going to elaborate one simple and easiest example about like this particular things, so that you will get the better understanding. Like this is a books data, or the file or data set is about the books. In the books, you can see that there are 4 columns. The first column, you can see that the name, the author, the rating, the year, and the genre about that particular things. Might be the genre having multiple categoricals, fictions, non-fictions, children's, lot of books, comics, lot of genres would be there. Rating might be 4 point, or I can say that from 3 to 5 ratings we can come to that particular things. Year also might be a multiple year is there, like 2011, 2018, 2017, 2016. Author, there are multiple authors are also. The name of the books is also available. So when I will extract, because first of all, the EDA process is like that, you have to extract the data. Your data might be in the Excel format, your data might be in the, I can say that is a SQL or structured query format, or I can say that is in a database format. So how you can connect, or it might be we have to capture the data from the respective website, or we have to grab the data from the different sources. It's not about only we will get the data only one specific type. If you are going to work for the organization, obviously that your senior person will come and say that you have to connect with the database. So you should aware it how to connect with the database. So obviously the connectivity is very important. Extraction is very important process. Once we have to extract the data, we have to check that what kind of a things is available. So just like here, the name, author, rating, year. Now, after seeing this data, we we can come to a certain conclusions, because here only the first 5 rows we can see that, or first few rows I can see that, or first few informations of my data sets, that's the books.cv is present here. So I can say that, or I can come to a certain like non-fictions, I can say 4.73 rating, 4.6 in 67, and fiction is 4.62, 4.73, the children age. So like currently I can say that only 5 entries there. So I can come to a certain conclusions. Yes, the genre children's having the highest rating, or the author 5,000 awesome facts books is having the highest ratings. So the author is, sorry, book's name is this, author is National Geographic Kids having the highest ratings. So after seeing the data, or after getting the data, we come to a certain conclusions, we come to a certain observations. So in the EDA, it's not about only about to come to the hypothesis or to generalize the hypothesis. It's always about the analysis or analyzing what exactly the trends or what exactly the patterns is present with your data, and how you can understand about the trends, patterns, or the relationship. It's only possible when you have to perform some statistical stuffs. That statistical step, we have to calculate the mean, we have to calculate to see the standard deviation, we have to understand few terms about what we can talk about. The terms is we can call it as the uh, correlations, we have to see the regressions, we have to understand few some systematic or the statistical concepts. Then only you will say that the mean of this particular year is 2018. So like we have the data, but what is the maximum data is present or for which particular year? So obviously there is a commands, there is a things with the help of that script or that particular syntax, we can calculate the mean, we can calculate the most repeated that mode or the median. Lot of things we have to calculate, and we will try to understand like what exactly your data is telling to you. So this is just about like just coming to this particular gathering more informations about, hope everyone understand about what exactly the exploratory data analysis. Still anyone having any doubts or any things? This is just about the theoretical definitions I want to elaborate you, or theoretical way I want to elaborate, so that each one of you will understand whether he is technical background or whether he is from non-tech background as well. So is there anyone having any queries or doubts, still not able to catch what exactly the EDA or what exactly the exploratory data analysis? Yeah, you can come to with a certain question before asking this questions or asking about your doubts or the queries. I can say that those who are not able to speak while the uh, sessions, they can write their queries or the question in the chat box. So we are open, and I can see that the chat box as well. So I can solve your queries as well. Second thing, if you are able to speak, that will be a much better. So you can go ahead if you still not able to understand, if you are not able to catch what is data analysis or what exactly the exploratory data analysis. I'm not talking about data. Obviously, we are going to deal with the data, so that's why we are calling is the data analysis and exploratory data analysis, because we have to explore. We have to explore your data. You have to analyze your data. We have to visualize the data, and after that, we have to clean, manipulate, and we have to store in a proper format so that we can go ahead for further model planning and model building as well. Yes. Anyone is there? Recordings will be okay. Anyone having any questions or queries? Still not able to understand? This is just an introductions about. I can say that exploratory data analysis. Anyone is there who is still not getting? You can write in a chat box as well, or you can speak up if you want to ask any queries or still not able to catch about the what exactly the exploratory data analysis. Yeah, Parul, Tanisha, you can ask it because you raise your hand. Can you hear me? Parul, Tanisha? As you raise your hand, so that's why I asked, like you can go ahead with your queries or the questions. So Praveen Menon, Rajkumar Nair, Riddhi, Rohan, Rohini, anyone is there? That's okay. You are typing. You are typing a questions. Okay. Okay. You can type your questions. Yeah, obviously I will share the data. So don't worry about that. Obviously I will share the data. So Rajkumar Nair, you are mute. So if you unmute, then only I can hear you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
So is there any query or is there any things you are not able to understand till whatever I try to elaborate about the terms EDA or a data analysis?
No, sir, it's clear till now.
Okay, thank you. So one more things that I want to know about that particular things. Have you, how many of them or how many of you people have the little bit understanding about the Python, or there is no idea about the Python or anything? So is there anyone who is having the little bit? I'm not talking about the master in Python or that particular, because we are not able to write any program, so no idea. Parul Taneja is no idea of Python. So obviously you have to follow the step and you have to go ahead for further uh, beginner level courses as well, as so that you will get a little bit understanding of the Python as well as. Okay, Arushi is also having the little bit. Okay, very good. Parveen is as well. So beginner is fine. That's, you should at least have the basic understanding of the few libraries of the Pythons. That's like the NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, and the CMON. So only that respective libraries I need it, not required to heavy libraries. So don't worry about. Yeah. So Gandhra Gupta is comfortable with Python. Yeah. So that is the DA we can also perform in the Excel as well. It's not like only Python is the option. Exploratory data analysis or the Python for the data analysis is we can perform in the Power BI, we can perform in the Tableau, we can perform in the clicks. So there are lot of platforms or lot of tools are available where we can perform the data analysis, as our workshop is specifically designed for the Python data analysis. So obviously we have to follow the Python for data analysis. So that's the main things we have to look here about that particular things. So hope my screen is visible with everyone, because I just try to share my whole screen. Now, before that, I'm coming to any practical implementations. I can come here and I can show you about the uh, collab. We are going to operate about the collab. Here you can see see with that collab. You have to search on a Google. You will get a collab clearly. So it's not like the collab only. You can use the Jupyter notebook. You can use the VS Code. You can use the. There are a lot of platforms are available. So it's totally up to you what you are going to utilize it. So it's not like that. I'm using Google Colab, so you have to use it as it is Google Colab. Those who are working or those who are already studying or already having the experience little bit, and they are operating with the Jupyter Notebook or Anaconda or the PyCharm or the VS Code. So there are multiple platforms are available. So it's not about only one. Google Colab is there. So you can use at any particular platform because all are the platforms are the same. So I'm taking with the new notebook. Why I'm taking this? Because those who are not already installed about the Anaconda or that particular thing. So I don't require, I'm not going to uh, waste my time while the installation, because we are going to perform some practical implementations about this. So I can write is Python, because our workshop name is what exactly I can show you. The workshop is about the, where it's workshop, IDMI. Yeah. So you can see the workshop is IDMI. That's data analysis with Python. So I'm giving the same name here about data analysis with Python, so that I can share with you. But I'm writing with this particular as 1 or 2. That's fine. So this is 01. So Zawai 01, this is first day. So obviously we will, I can share, I will, after the session or once the workshop will end, definitely I will share this notebook with you as well, so that you can go through and refer for further analysis or further understanding as well. So I'm coming to the uh, few practical implementation here, so that each one of you will get the understanding, as our today's topic is introduction to EDA. So already uh, in the introduction is I already try to cover about the importance and overview of that particular things. Uh, but with the practical implementations, I am going to show you about this particular things, because this is very, very important with the practical implementation as well. Obviously, the second part will be the data visualizations, like using matplotlib and seaborn, and visualizing correlations and relationship as well. So that's fine with this particular things. I'm coming to this here. So this is the way you can use it. So you can use any notebook or any particular things. It's totally fine about that particular thing. It's not any directly in Python site generating data. Is it possible to directly link Python to sites generating data, or does it need to manually feed it? See. The GenAI is there. With the help of the GenAI, you can generate it, but it's not about 100%. It will be a true. See, Python is a versatile, Zarun Vikram, Jetli, you asked about the question. So first I'm going to answer with the Agastya. So we have to do the manually because the manually is important. It's not about the learning. Learning is obviously the manually is only possible. But why Python is you cannot always do and perform with the chat GPT or any particular GenAI or the LLM models, because there is problem, because GenAI is also trained on some particular range of a data sets. So if your queries or if your questions or if your objectives are beyond the data sets from the LLM models, obviously you will never get the required output. Obviously you will get some hint or some ideas, but if your data is beyond the data sets where your LLM models are trained, so obviously you are not able to get directly from the respective GPT or that particular things. So the manually is important. Manually is we have to perform the task and we have to do it. Accessing data, yeah, obviously accessing the data, Python is that. Python is for each parts. So slicing to the analysis to perform any mathematical task, statistical task, any things we can perform with the help of the Python. Second thing, the question is from the Vikram Jetli. So how Python is different from the first is like Python is versatile and it's an open source and it's easy to use. The language of the Python, the script of the Python where we are going to write, it's very easy as compared to the C++ or the Java. So that's why the Python is having the advantages. And for the respective data analysis point of view, Python is very, very nice. Why? Because there are a lot of inbuilt libraries are available for the Pythons, just like Pandas is there for the data analysis, NumPy is there for the mathematical and scientific calculations. Then the machine learnings libraries, the sklearns for the visualizations libraries or visualizations like matplotlib, seaborn. There are a lot of inbuilt libraries are present. So that's why Python is versatile and Python having a more advantage over to the other programming like the JavaScript or the C++ or the rest of the languages. Second thing, one more Khanjan is asking about the I too have studied Python and SQL. That's totally fine. That's SQL is also for the data analysis, but not for the visualizations. Are we going to learn how to load the data directly from the websites? Yes, I can show you. I will show you that. Don't worry about that. That particular thing. So we have to move ahead with this particular things. So whenever we have to go for the data analysis or the EDA, first of all, that's we are going to perform about some task here about this. These are the tasks we are going to perform here. So perform some task here. Technical issue is I'm getting continuously. Yeah, some problem I face it. So is it still not visible?
It is visible, sir.
So first of all, whenever we have to perform any EDA, you have to import some basic libraries like NumPy and NumPy as NP, and few more libraries import Pandas as PD. Then we have to see with that automatically you are, because this is obviously coming with the GenAI. So GenAI is already inbuilt in the Google Colab, but I'm not going to use about the GenAI or any particular thing. So, but I just want to show you about like NumPy is for the linear algebra and some scientific calculations. We are using the NumPy library, and the Pandas is for the data frames to manipulations with the data, like the removing the columns, adding the columns, doing the manipulations, lot of stuffs we can perform in the Pandas. So Pandas is very important. And for the visualization point of view, you have to import few libraries like import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. So, and one more thing, that's import Cbon as SNS. So this four libraries I'm going to elaborate in upcoming next day as well as and now today's onwards as well. So this is the standard libraries. Always remember it. I always suggest to the candidates, you can always go through with the documentations like the NumPy documentations. Then also you can go ahead with this particular things, like you have to go ahead with the documentations. If you want to learn the Python, data science, data analysis, you always look for the documentations. Don't look for any particular reference or any particular notebooks or any textbooks. You have to follow the documentation, because Pandas, NumPy or Matplotlibs, all they having the documentation. So you will get the idea, because it's updated every monthly or every weekly as well. Like if you can go ahead and just see that the Pandas, so Pandas documentation is also there. So it's very important. You have to go ahead and just see to it that user guide is there, like how to import. So import Pandas. Each and every step is designed and defined. So you can follow for learning purpose perspective point of view if you are going and are trying to understand in depth and more towards about the data science or the data analysis. Similarly, for the visualizations, you can go ahead with the matplotlib documentation is there. So you can always prefer the documentation. That's why the Python is very nice and very easy to use, because the documentation is there. So documentation is there. You can use it documentation and you can perform the different tasks. When you have to run this particular things, and obviously we have to move ahead with this particular things, and we'll have to try to see to it that this particular stuff. So this is my all the libraries are cover use it as the libraries. As I told, the NumPy is usually using for the calculations, whatever the scientific calculations. Why the NumPy is very important? Because your data sets might be in what format? It might be in integers, it might be in float, it might be in categoricals or the objects. But your machine is going to be understands only in the form of the vectors, or in the form of the binary, or in the form of the array. So the NumPy is the library. With the help of the NumPy, we can convert the NumPy or any particular data in the form of the vectors or in the form of the n-dimensional array. So it is very important for the scientific calculations, for any particular conversions of the your respective integers or your respective float in the form of the array. So that's why the NumPy is very important. It's like calculations of the mean, median, modes, or any scientific calculations or any mathematical calculations are required. You have to use for this particular thing. So you can just go ahead and just read it, the NumPy documentations, like why we are using the NumPy. So you can see that working with the arrays, as I told, it's a function for working in linear algebra, Fourier transform, and matrices. So just sit with that and try to understand about this particular libraries. Obviously, similarly, pandas is there. Pandas I can write for the comments as well as in comments if you require, so you can write the comment as well as for scientific calculation array work, we can use it. Similarly, pandas is why we are using the pandas. So for data frame manipulation, uh, cleaning, uh, as well as we can say that. So data manipulations or data wrangling, I can write. That will be the proper word. So this is for the, this library is for the data visualizations. Now visualization is what? Like we have to create different charts, graph. This is also Seaborn is top of matplotlib for advanced visualization, I can write. So this is about the some comments I written about whenever we require to write a comment. It's a framework of data types in Python. Data wrangling means we have to perform a multiple task in the data. So that's why we are calling as a data wrangling. And obviously the data types in Python. So what is your data types in Java? The framework of this particular things, what I can say that this particular things, I think you people have work about this Java or that particular thing. So that's why you might aware about this, but the framework of data types in Python is having the difference. I can say that significantly due to the difference says in the languages, design philosophies, and the use cases. I can say that like Python data types is like the uh, integer, list, set, dictionaries, float. So there are built-in data types about that particular things. But in Java, that's about the array string about that particular things. So Java has the 8 primitive, I think the data types, if I'm not wrong, but Python having more than that particular thing. So obviously there is a little bit difference. You will see to it that in Java about that particular thing. So the framework point of view, I can say that in summary, I can say that the both Python and Java provide robust frameworks for handling data types. The the dynamic nature of the Python's contrasts with the static type safe nature of and the type safe nature of the Java. And the difference affects how you write and manage code in each language. So obviously there is a difference significantly. So I'm moving with this particular things as well. This is about the particular. So the data wrangling is the process of the doing a lot of work on cleaning the data. Feature scaling is there, like we have to separate the features, we have to perform the dropping, we have to perform some group by, we have to calculation some respective columns. So that all the process are combining and that particular words we are calling as the data wrangling for that particular stuff. So this is about the uh, data wrangling and that particular things. So we can move ahead with the next part about this. I'm going to take one data here about this particular data, I can say that whether it's what particular formats. But I'm not going to taught you about here today in a data scrapping or that particular things, but we'll try to see to it that that's particular uh, data as well as about that particular thing. So we have to perform some tasks, but I can show you, like this is my some website, like pupil.sc.fsu. I can paste in a chat so you can refer it. Yeah, welcome, Agastya. Still, if you have any doubts or any queries, I just shared one link, so you can just click on that particular link. So obviously you can download as well as, but I'm not going to download that data, because obviously if you want to download it, you can do it the download as well. But I'm going to perform some task here about that particular stuff. So Pandas is there. Pandas is for the extraction of the data, importing the data, saving the data in the different formats. So I'm just writing about the URL is equal to. So this is something I just added it here. So URL I just given the name about. Now I'm going to take the data directly. So data is equal to PD is the command. PD is we are referring for the pandas. PD means alias is PD. So PD dot read underscore CSV. So obviously I'm going to take my URL. So URL directly I can take it URL. So hope it will work this particular thing. So obviously the particular command is going to be executed. Now when I'm going to just click write as a data. So how I can see to it that the data is telling about month 1958, 1959, 1960 or that particular thing. So this is my data. I'm not looking or going to do any manipulations or any particular things here. Just try to understand about this particular thing. So please try to understand it. Please try to do some loading. I just taken a randomly data. The data is gently. My screen is not visible. Not visible.
Earlier it was not, sir. Now it is visible.
So the line of the code is very simple. That's whatever the URL was there. I just save that URL. This is my C. For more understanding of the code, you need to understand about the Python. So if you, at least for doing the EDA or the data analysis, at least you have like basic understanding of the Python. Basic means at least you have to complete these libraries, NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Cmon. Then only you are going to perform the data analysis or the EDA. If you think like without performing or without understanding about these libraries, you can perform this all the tasks like visualizations, Matplotlib, or the wrangling, manipulations, extracting, importing, not possible. You not at all, not any positions you are going to perform. What exactly we did it? It's nothing about that particular things. I just written about my URL and store in the URL. So this is my statement, and this is a data is I define as one more statement or my data frame name. The data frame name is you can give any data frame name. What it's your choice. So data is equal to pd.read underscore CSV. If you can go ahead and just click here about that, you will get about this part. So read underscore CSV, what exactly it will telling to you. You can just see to it that. So it's going to read your type of format file. So my file format is CSV because when I click or when I paste here about my data, it's going to be stored in the CSV format. So that's why I just taken about this particular thing as the particular thing. So that's .csv, and obviously which particular file I'm looking. So I'm looking about this URL. So that's why URL, and data is obviously using for the data. Obviously, you can use also the print command as well. If you need it, you can use the print and perform this particular task. So you can see to it the print. With the help of the print, you can also get the output. So with the print, what kind of output you are getting, you can just see to it that, and without print, what kind of a data you or output you are getting. You can see the with the data you will getting this kind of an output, and with the print what kind of. So print is the command. What you want to what I have to repeat, Agastya? I'm not getting what exactly you are asking. I have to repeat it.
Dr. Khan, one quick question. So this file, the airtable.csv, it is stored on this location, right? And we simply read that read this file from that location. It's not something we extracted or something.
It's extraction because the URL is there. Na? So whatever the data your CSV file or that particular thing is going to be stored in this statement, and we are going to extract from the URL. And the URL, it's obviously the particular file is there. Na?
So, sir, I think I'm getting it correctly. That the data is being pulled from the CSV in the URL. Okay.
Yes.
And put into the variable, populated into the variable data.
Yes.
Okay. Now we do not need to download, or means by extraction, I think he means that the file is being downloaded, but the file is there itself, and if the value of the file changes, it would be that we'll be pulling a separate data when we populate another value next time. The current value will not change.
Value will not change means?
In the value that I pulled currently into data. So if I change the CSV again right now, and then I get data 1 and add the pd read cs underscore csv bracket URL into that data 1, the value for data 1 will change, but data won't.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Because the data frame you are giving the name. It's
Yes.
not giving given by the file.
Understood.
Yeah. See, locally is also we can do it about, you have to just copy about that particular things. You have to just upload here. The locally if you want it. So obviously it's going to be uploaded. So just a second. So I can upload it here from the location. So you can see that airtravel.csv is there. So this is something like that particular things you can copy, as well as this particular copy path about this, and you can perform this particular things as well. So you will get the output just like I'm going to perform here about, or I can delete about this particular things. I can come here and just perform like df1 or df is equal to pd dot read underscore csv, and instead of URL, I'm going to take the file path. What is my file path? I can go here, upload first of all the file, whatever the file airtravel.csv. You have to click the right click and take the copy path. And once the copy path is done, you have to paste in the double quoted. And when I will enter this, automatically it's going to be read it. And when I'm going to do again here about df, that's the name of my data frames, you will see the same output I'm getting here. So if you have something URL or any particular things in a URL of that particular CSV, so you can store in the URL, or this is something what exactly this. If you can go ahead and just see to it here about this, you will get about something about like URL or the options might you will get it about here. Like when I will come here about this, what kind of an options I will get it, or I can type it's a URL about, so see to it that URL. Now what is URL? URL is your str, it's clearly showing about, you can see that it's str bytes or subject create a new string object about that particular things we created about. So creates a new string object from a given error specified, then the object must be, means what exactly the particular things we did here about that, whatever this particular thing is there, it's going to be stored in the URL, and that URL we are going to run here about this particular. Someone was asked about like how we can do it in a local folder about that particular things. What variable data need to be?
Okay.
No, it's not required. How, Augusta, how much you have you are aware about the Python first of all? Because you should have the understanding of the Python. If you not have the understanding of the Pythons, it's totally very uh, booming, because in Python we are not going to declare anything. We are going to perform about this. Only we have to declare, or if we are going to write the string or something, we have to write in the quoted forms or in the double quoted or in the single quoted form. Otherwise, we don't require to write, or that's the beauty of the Python. That's we never required about to do that particular task or the performance for the to declarations of the type of variables. That's the beauty of the Python. In C, the others are the old traditional languages. I can say that the C++ or the Java, we have to always define the variables, or we have to declare that particular thing. So that's the beauty of the Pythons, we can say that. So it's not required at all at any particular thing. So only the things whenever we have to write a string, the string should be in the quoted forms, or like the simple C in today's workshop. That is not about the basic Pythons I'm going to taught you about. So otherwise, if you attend the basic Pythons, definitely you will get about the idea about how we can say that, like if I'm going to write about A is equal to 10, B is equal to 17, and if I go ahead and just write about A plus B, what kind of a things I will get it. That's the beauty of the Python, I can say that. If you can go ahead and perform about in C++ or any other languages, you will always get a problems. You are not getting a lot of freedoms, just like Python you are getting about that particular things. Similarly, only for the particular stuff of like the I can say that like A is equal to, if you are going to write I am data analyst, if I'm going to enter this, so it's clearly saying that it's not going to be possible, because it's a string. Whatever you're returning about that particular thing is coming as a string. So if I'm going to store this particular things here, obviously it will going to be considered. And if I'm going to elaborate again here about the A or something, what kind of an output I will get, it's I'm a data analyst. So that's not required always to declare in Python. So Python is a versatile and easy to use. So this is about the basic things. I just did it. Your data, see, if the values in the URL are constantly changing and I create a print functions, will the output be different? Again, you are not understanding what exactly I told. I am not connected with the database or that particular things. Obviously, it's not going to be changed with the print. What you printed, you have to just see to it that. Try to understand about this particular things clearly. You are not going to be printed your URL. You are going to be, that particular thing is going to be stored, and that name is the URL, and you are going to read that URL. So whatever the changes is going to be happen in the URL or that particular thing, that's no, you will never see about here the changes. Again, you have to store, and again you have to run it, then only it's going to be possible. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible. Continuously, you will not see about that particular stuff. You have to again go ahead and rerun about that particular, then obviously it's going to be possible. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible, because your particular URL is going to be whatever the link or HTTP, that particular going to be stored in URL, and that URL we are going to import it in CSV format or that particular format, or that's df underscore PD underscore read underscore CSV, that particular things we perform here. So just try to understand about this particular things clearly. Then only you will get the understanding. Yes, anyone want to say something? Who's raises hand? Ramnesh, what doubt you have?
Yes. So one doubt. I mean, can we say this process of web scraping, or it is different from the web scraping because we are downloading data from uh, web directly. So can we call it a web
What?
scrap? So can we call this process of web scrapping that I mean you
That's
mentioned
already
in
I told that we can do the extraction, data extracting from the web from any particular. If we are using the database, then we can use the database as well. So we can do it in any format or any like in a CSV, Excel, or if particular website is there. So from the website also we can do it. It's totally about like particular thing.
Mhm. Okay, so can it be called a web scraping as well? I mean this process because in the web scraping what we do we basically extract the data from web and store it in the local data frame.
Yeah, it's a web.
We are,
See, web scraping is a what? What do you mean by web scraping process? Web scraping, that's we are going to scrap the data from the web.
yeah.
And like with the help of this particular things, obviously we are doing. So obviously from the web we are getting a data. So that's why we are doing about that particular thing. So we can call it as the web scraping. That's not any issue about that particular thing.
Okay. And
Python is
and
capable to
generally
perform any task.
we have a cross table on the web. Now we have a file, but we have a cross table on the web, and then we select that area to
Yeah, it's
extract
also
the
possible. It's also possible,
data.
but that particular things you have to use the Selenium, or you have to learn about some algorithms about like a beautiful soap or that particular things. Then only that particular thing is
Yeah, I
possible
think
for
yeah.
the.
I mean, most of people are confused on how the file is files data downloaded into URL. I mean, it's also make a bit confusion. So in that the CSV file data stored in URL, and we didn't open a file, we didn't see that file, but now it is stored. But I think it's a part of the Python uh, program that it have a capability to download the data in the in the URL. So yeah, um, yeah.
You are asking a question or what exactly? I'm not getting it.
No, I understand what you said that that cross table that I'm talking about the web. So you said that there's a different process that can also be
Yeah.
possible.
See, uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
from
So I mean,
any
my doubt is clear now.
no, yeah, I can understand. We can download or we can scrap any data from like the any particular. There are automated tools, there are Python. So in Python mostly people are using the Selenium. Sometimes people are using the beautiful soap. So there are some process with the help of that. But if you go ahead with any websites and you are going to scrap it, your IP is going to be blocked. So please take a note that particular things don't without any particular permissions. You cannot go and download or scrap the data from the respective websites, because the websites or the web page having the lot of security about that particular thing. So for that particular things, you need the proper confirmation mails from the respective resources. Then only you are able to scrap the data. So the scrapping is also possible. We can do it, but if you can do it with the illegal way, definitely you will get your IP is going to be completely blocked by the respective resources. But there are the process we can download from the Amazon e-commerce or whatever the websites are available. We can download the data and we can store in the in our format as well. Like we can store in the CSV format, we can store in the Excel format, but that particular part belongs to the specialization in the data scraping. That is not the data analysis work, because that is not part of the data analysis. That part belongs to the data scraping persons. Data analysis who is going to extract the data, not from the data scraping. Data scraping is the data gathering or data architecture team is there. Data architecture team or data administration team is going to take care of the data center, and the data analysis, he is going to take the data from that respective person or that respective teams, and he is going to analyze that particular things. So something we perform here about that particular things. We have to move ahead with the next part, where we can write some few more line of a code. So still this step all get the understanding and all had the idea about like what exactly we did here. Still, I'm not using any other libraries. Still, I use about the PD. I just imported this library, and the alias for the NumPy is NP and Pandas is PD, Matplotlib as PLT, and Cbon as the SNS. These are the name or the alias I'm going to utilize here. Still, anyone having any questions or the queries? So just let me know. Otherwise, I can go ahead with the further explorations about that particular thing. So we can go ahead like data. My data frame is name is data dot. When I will write about the dot, you can see that a lot of functions are there. Lot of functions is there. The first function is a head, and with the head, when I'm performing the head command, I'm getting the first 5 rows. Only the first 5 rows you can see to it that 0 to 4 only I'm getting the output 0 to 4. So the first 5 rows 0 to 4 you can get. If you specify about like 21 or something, you will get about the 21 or something about what exactly we are getting about that particular thing. Still you are getting, because the data is having the highest is 11. So that's why we are getting only the last is the 11. So that's why you can see that when I will write it, if I'm going to write about the 9 only, definitely 0 to 8, I will get it. So you can see that. So specified rows, if you read it, to observe, to analyze it, you can do it with the df.head. Similarly, the first 5 rows is there. Similarly, the last 5 rows, you can also perform it. Now I'm coming to the one more data sets here. And that data set is very, very important. Let's first of all, for today's, at least we have to understand some basic commands. Then only I can upload the other data tomorrow, and we'll do some cleaning and all the process according to the given by the IDMI. So obviously we can perform it. Today is only we have to see about some overview of the EDA process and all the things and matplotlibs and the visualizations and the correlations. So anyway, we have to later if required, definitely I will look that particular thing. So what we can do is about, it's not about only CSV format. One more thing you have to understand it. If your data is in form of the JSON, so you have to take the JSON. If data is found in the XLSX, so you have to take the SLSX as it is. So just remember it about this particular things. Otherwise, you might get a confusion. If my data is in a JSON format, if my data is in the XLSX format, what I can do. So obviously the pd and read underscore CSV, you have to use the different formats. If your data is in the different format or that file format is. So we have to perform some other task here. One more command we have to always use, data.tell. Tell is the command where we have to use about the last few rows. We have to use it. If I'm writing data.tell and 1, so obviously you can see to it that the last column you can see that. Because total we have the 11th row, not column, last row we can see that. So 11th row we have. If I'm just writing about the 3, so the last 3 only you will see to it that. So it will becomes 9, 10, and 11 only. You can just see to it that particular thing. So just remember it about that particular stuff. So only you will get the understanding about that. We are proceeding with the next part or some data analysis. We have to perform it. The next command we have to always follow is the data dot shape. Shape is also commands. With the help of the shape, you can see that what your data frame. So it's about the 12 rows and 4 columns are there. You can see that 12 rows and 4 columns. You can see to it that 12 rows So 0 to 11. So that means we have the 12 rows, and the columns is the month 1958, 59, and 60. You can see to it that this is something as a data analysis, we always require to observe this particular stuffs. If I will write data dot index, data docs index, I'm getting about range index start 0, stop 12. Means what we have the data about that particular things is you can see to it that and try to understand about this particular stuff. So obviously it's not callable, so we are not going to use. Now I'm just going, sorry, data dot index. Index is about the row informations we are getting about. So starting from the total 12 and step is ones. Now data dot columns. You can see that the particular columns informations you will see that. So the column are month 1958, 1959, 1960, and the data type is object. Now coming to this particular things, one more things about that particular stuff that is a very, very important. Data.info. This is also one of the important commands we always perform in the data analysis. Sorry, forget about this. So data.info. So we are getting that. So there are 12 entries, 0 to 11. Data columns, total 4 columns. So just see to it that. Allow me 1 minute. So just see to it that, sorry for one interruption. So, but hope you understand it. The information is what exactly you are getting. 12 entries, 0 to 11, data columns, total 4 columns. You can see that the month column is showing about the object 1958, 1959, 1960 is showing about the 64. So just see to it that and try to understand about this particular things. That's this. These are the integers types about that particular data. Does data dot shape changes the shape of data? Row and column arrangement? No. We have to perform the reshape. Reshape if needed, we have to perform. That's obviously available in the Pandas documentation. So obviously we data dot shape, we will get the informations about what is your shape of data is present. What exactly you want to do, that first you have to let me know. Then only I can tell you about. Because you are asking data, does data dot shape changes the shape of data? No. You have to perform the reshape. As I told.
So reshape as in, does this mean like transpose, etc.?
What?
Reshaping the data, does it mean like transpose?
No, transpose is different. Like for example, yeah, obviously that we can, it's transpose is totally a different part of that particular things. Just like you can see that transpose you can apply here directly. If you can go ahead where it's happening data dot head. If I'm going to see to it that dot you can see that transpose is going to be happening about this dot directly. You can do it the transpose. But the reshape is like your matrix is having 5, 2, like 5 rows and 2 columns. If you are going to do, you can set the set the reshape of that like 2, 5, like 2 rows and 5 columns. Or, but for that particular things, you need to do the data manipulations from the start. Like while creating with the data frames, like we required like that, like randomly we have to inserting about the elements or the value 0 to 20, and I need about the shape of data 5, 4 or 4, 5, you can perform that particular with the help of the reshape. So the reshape is the commands. With the help of the reshape, we can do the particular part as to change the shape of data. But the data dot shape is only you will get the informations about the what is your data or what shape of your data is there.
Basically, number of rows and number of columns.
Yeah, that's already I told it that the shape is something is showing about that's how many columns and how many rows you have about that particular.
Okay.
Because in generally the EDA or in data analysis, the columns are the important parts because the rows are the entries, and the this all are the parts are the columns parts are known as the features or the variables that particular points. So just remember it about that particular things. So we will see a lot of operations tomorrow's sessions, because tomorrow's session is about the, if you see the curriculums, the tomorrow's session is about the data cleaning feature engineering. Today we have to just see about that the EDA process or that particular thing. So obviously one by one step, I'm just going to perform that task here about that. The most important and one of the, I can say that summary of the statistics, that is one of the most important process. So display summary statistics. So just like print or not print, the print is not required. Directly you can go ahead with the data dot. You will see that describe. So describe is there. So with the help of the describe, this is about the descriptive statistics commands. Now those who are aware about that particular things, the descriptive statistics. In the descriptive statistics, what are the features? So what are the key terms are there? In descriptive statistics, we have to see that, and this descriptive statistics basically tells you what kind of a patterns or what kind of a data is there in your, what kind of a things is available. So when I will define about the df data dot describes, you will see that describes. And in data dot describes, obviously only the numerical columns are going to be considered, not the categorical columns. Please take a note of that particular. Categorical columns are not going to be included because we, you might aware about that. If you want to calculate about the mean, median, mode or that particular things, obviously you need the numerical columns. You don't require about the categorical columns. So the month columns or that particular columns, if you can see that the month column is automatically out and you will get the calculations of the df dot or data dot describes. If you want to access the data in particular row, obviously the ilog command is there. With the help of the ilog, all things will be covered. So don't worry about that particular things. Yeah, sorry for the network interruptions. Actually, there is a heavy rain is going on. So sometimes the interruption is happening as you want to, what are these change entries in the table after executing data dot describes. It's about the descriptive statistics. That's why I already given about that particular comments. Display the summary statistics. So it's showing about the count. If you can see, the count is only the 12, 12, 12 because the count. So there are 12 rows. So obviously the count. If you can see the mean of your 1958 columns, so 381. If you can see the mean of the 1959 columns, you will see the 428. Similarly, 1960 columns. So it's a descriptive statistics or the standard deviations. You can see the calculation of the standard deviation. So actually, it's with the help of this, we can see that how the data is going to be distribution is going to be happen, because this is one of the most important steps. It's not about only we have to come and we have to define it, we come to a certain conclusions and we have to say that yes, it's fine, totally go ahead. We have to little bit something we have to observe it. The data which we are going to take in here, it's about data is, it's a well clean data. It's not about any dirty or any null values are present. That's why we are getting about that kind of a range. Suppose consider your mean. Mean is 310 and max is 505. Not suppose, it's given. But suppose if your mean is 310, 25th percentile is 339, 50th percentile is 360, 75th percentile is 411, and the max is 1500, for example. 1500.00 about that particular. So as a data analyst, if you are going to complete about the data analyst course or data analyst about that certifications, obviously you will get that kind of a study and that kind of idea. Like if that kind of a huge difference, if you can see that 75th percentile to max, or in a mean you're 310 and the maximum is 1500, and your 25th percentile, 50 percentile, 75th percentile having the proper distribution, I observe. So we can say that there is a lot of uncertainty is present in the respective data. Like any columns you can observe it. It's not about only one particular columns. If the max value is like 1500, mean is 300, 25th percentile, 50th percentile, 75th percentile. So as a data analyst, you should write little some observations. And what will be your observation? Data is or that respective features or that respective columns, like 1958 columns having the lot of uncertainty in the data. This will be your observations. And the data is not normally distributed. Because if the changes like the max 75th percentile and the max is like what 100 percentile, we can say that, or we can come to as a 100%, or we can calculate the 90th percentile. So if the maximum you are getting a 1500 and the minimum 310 and the 25th to 75th percentile is also having the equally distributed like 339, 360, 411, and the maximum value is 1500 or 1800. So that means that it's an uncertainty is present inside it. And sometime if it is happen, like the mean is 381, you can see that 50% is your median. Always remember it about that particular things. There is a Q1, Q2, Q3. Those who already learn about this statistics, they are aware about that particular things that we called as the interquartile range, IQR. The Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q2 is referred as the median. So my mean value is 381, but the 50% means this is the Q2. So 360 is my median. So that I can accept it. That I can accept it. But my mean is 381, and suppose if I will get as my median is near about 500 or 800, or like minimum value as 150 about that, obviously my data is having a lot of bad data is present inside the data. So with the descriptive statistics, you come to a certain conclusions. As a data analyst, it's not about like we did our df.data.describes and we say that yes, this line of a code is finished, now it's not my work. No way. The work is not finished until you are not going to write about the observations or your views or you have to justify what exactly it is. So the mean standard deviation 64.53 STD or standard deviation should be less to the mean. That is the main fundamental we always learn during when we learn about the statistics and mathematics. If mean is 10 and standard deviation is 15, that means there is a lot of outliers, lot of uncertainty, lot of I can say that is a steadiness or that particular thing is present in your data. So obviously we have to remove that particular thing. That is our main concern and main things that we have to remove that particular data. So hope everyone understand about that particular data dot describe, or still anyone having any questions or the queries till here. Maybe I'm not going to do any cleaning in that particular parts, because as the curriculum is designed, everything will become for the second day, and tomorrow we are going to do that like the capstone projects or like that kind of a EDA analysis we have to perform it. Today we have to just overall the process, we have to understand what exactly we are going to do it in EDA. Yes, anyone having? So what are these changes, entries in the table? It's a value. It's not about your actual data sets is we are seeing. It's a data sets, your data sets and your features or the numerical features or the numerical variables or numerical columns. Descriptive statistics is given like mean, 25th percentile, 50 percentile, 75th percentile, max, mean about that particular thing is given. Yes, anyone having any doubts or any queries? So just let me know about that particular things. Here to
Just
yes.
one quick
Yes,
question.
please go ahead.
In data.describe, if I just want the mean or the count, it's just data.describe bracket closed and then open close bracket and dot count, or do I mention it inside the bracket?
What do you want to what do you want actually?
I just
First of
want
all.
the count. I don't want the entire description. I just want the count. Or I just want the mean.
So obviously you have to take the respective columns about that particular things and you can do it about that particular things. Obviously you can do it and you can perform it about that particular things. Let's first I'm giving the answer to someone asked about earlier. If you want to access the data in a particular row, I come to your question. I think Main and Parveen asked questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Who asked? Yeah, I will come to that particular. See, accessing the element is a very simple task. Like you have to just go ahead and just check about your data. First of all, let's I can write about that. This is something. Now I can write one thing about like select those the month Jan to March. Jan to March. So obviously you have to store it. Either you can go ahead and just store it about that particular things, or directly you can directly you can perform the task is there available. So I can just given about that data frames or data Jan to March, that is equal to, you can use the df.log command. So log is the functions. You can see to it that log there is already is or suggestion, you can already see to it that, but I'm not showing, I'm just looking. So df.log I taken about that, and I'm going to take about the 0 and the 2, because I need about that Jan to March about. So what exactly I will take it's here 0 to 2. So what exactly you will get it about that particular thing data Jan to March. So you can see to it that I'm getting about that Jan to March here about that particular specific. So if you need a specific about that particular things, lot of things you can go ahead and perform it. Just like if I will select the columns month and 9058 only. So what exactly we have to do it? We can do it here about this particular things. We have to first of all, that's using about the log, and I'm taking about this column. See, I'm not talking about here pandas or that particular things. I'm going to elaborate about that is about the month. So my month column would be there, as well as the 1958 columns would be there. For example, if I'm writing about select rows, select columns, so a lot of operations you can do it about select columns, month, and I can write it month and 1958 only. So select, so I can write here data. This is just I'm changing the name month 1958. So this is something we will get it about here. One extra bracket is here. So obviously we have data. See to it that. So you will get in about what error X not in index. That it's going to be happening.
It already has double quotes in the name of the column. So you might need two double quotes.
So df.ilog is df underscore the data underscore showing the name not in index. So that's we have to perform it. Now columns are what? Channel.
The column name has double quotes in it.
So double quote. So why it's not in index? 98 is there, no? 1958 is already there. So at least we should get it about month is proper 1958 is there. Hmm. Okay, let's put it in this. We have to try to something about here. It's not getting about I will try with this. Now I'm getting clear about so sometime if it is not taking about that particular thing, so we can go directly about 0 to 2, about directly about to 0 to that particular things. Just see to it that. So data is provides information of particular row, column, or cell. It's about the column. It's not about the showing about the row, column, or cell. And these values in the tables with mean, standard deviation, auto-generated functions. Yeah, obviously it's automatically it's going to be describe is there. Commands with the help of describe, it's automatically is going calculated. So specifically, if you want to take any particular things, obviously it's going to be capable. See, it's a coding part. It's sometimes it's taking a time to get the about that particular things. Now coming to the what you ask about the questions, can you just repeat it, Main and Praveen, so that I can give you the idea about.
The question I had asked was regarding the as we pulled the data.describe, it gave
Mhm.
us entire list of mean, count, mean, standard deviation, then the minimum value, the 25 percentiles, 50, 75, and then the max value. So if I just need, I don't need the entire table. I just need the mean value and the standard deviation. Can I get just those two fields extracted for a specific set of data?
And specific set of data means what? Which particular
It's,
columns you want to calculate it?
no, no,
That
not
that should be.
column. The entire data set right now, what we have for all 3 months,
See,
for all
see.
3 years, the 12
Yeah,
months.
I understand about your questions, but for specific, like I need to calculate only specific 1958 mean, right?
Mhm.
That is your concern, or 1959
Yes.
median, or that particular. I don't require to see this particular table. So obviously, that's you can do it about that particular thing directly, about like DF or your data frame. Data frame, you can take the value of the 1958 dot mean. You can use this particular function. Definitely, it will work it. Why it's not getting a 1958 keyword? 1958.
Mm.
Just a second. Again and again, and why it's not possible. So what exactly?
I think it's a problem because of the field name, that is double quotes 1958 double quotes.
Yeah, it's because of that. I know that particular things about this is we can take it's about that's I can try with the rename first. So it might work it. Can write as the data. Just a second. Data is equal to data dot rename that's columns is equal to I can take as the first one I take as the it's 1958. Copy directly about that particular thing, so it will be best. It's not taking all this.
A single quote or in the second double quotes, could you use it as
Yeah,
single
it's
quote?
working. It's working now. It will
Okay.
work with that. So data still it's same is 1958, but why it's not taking? Should work it about that particular things,
Right.
the percentile and all the things. It should calculate it because this is the only method we can do it about that median. So let's have to store it in a format about mean in 58 is equal to data. So it's work out. Why it's 1958.
I think I found the reason behind it. So in the double quote, we have a space before the double quote. So if you run the column command, columns, oh, you have already done that at the above query. No, not before and after. Is just remove the space that you just given. Yeah, and give the space before double quote. No, not after, just before. Yes. Uh, can you run it? And if it not work, then you have to give the single quote before that space, because that is working
Yes.
for me. Before that space.
Just a second. Should I use that single quote?
No. Just leave it as it is. So first you have to give single quote, then space, and then double quote. Yeah, and double quote. No space at the end. Yes, it's just a single quote. Yes. Now run it.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually
Yes.
the problem is that because of this, these are the double quote area. That's the problem we are getting. But if I will use why it's getting again and again the problem the similar way.
No, because you are not giving a space before double quote.
Yes. Yeah. So single and space is required. Yeah. Thank you, Ramnish.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ramnesh. Understood, sir.
Yeah. So we can calculate the mean, median, mode, any particular value, whatever things you needed, you need to calculate it. You can do it accordingly because uh, this is the way we can do it, and we can calculate it about that particular stuff. And 100% you will get the results about like this particular, like if you want to calculate about this, says the year or that particular things. We can write about the, you can use the multiple things or the loops. For example, if I will write for year in, you can see to it that 1958, comma 1959, 1960. Go ahead and define about this particular things for, is there any mistakes? I did it again, comma, 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 that's fine. Mean is equal to df here dot mean. You can see to it that, or whatever you can write it median, or median instead of I can write as a percentile d5 is equal to df here. So I just define with the IQR percentile as well as, but I don't need this IQR or that all the things. If I can go ahead with this particular things, uh, this print, if I will write about this, the format string statistics for year. So I can take as these. working or not. What's again, I'm getting 1958. So again, I'm getting about this similar here. So what exactly we do it? Space will work now. So you can see that, like if you want need about the, this is a mean is equal to about that particular thing, statistics for. If similarly, I will come here and do about this print. That's format string. Format string, if I will apply about that particular thing is the mean, about that particular thing as the, so mean, if I will take is here about the mean. So it will take as the mean value as well. You can see that print was the command what, oh, sorry. So I use the wrong bracket here. So that's why I'm getting an error. So, but you can see that statistics mean is 381 for that particular. No, similarly, this is just one loop I written about the for loop of that particular columns or that particular value. And I'm getting the output here about that particular stuff. So this is something like the percentile. If you can go ahead with the define about the print command, print, you can define about these format string, that particular things as the 25th percentile. If you can go ahead and just define about this is the percentile 25th, percentile 25th. So this is, I'm not going to calculate it. This automated is asking, showing about. So again, you will go ahead about this particular thing. You can see that 25th percentile as well as. So whatever things you need to calculate only specific particular value or the particular terms like mean, median, mode, or any particular things you can calculate it, because then this particular thing is only possible with the help of the numpy. So it's not like that the describe is necessary, but whenever we have to perform this data analysis, it is mandatory. It is mandatory means it's a mandatory things about that topic. So just remember it about that particular things and try to understand about this. What exactly we can do it's in the EDA. EDA is the process of like we have to play with the data. You have to play with the data. You have to understand about the data. One of the command is always follow. I try to change the rename command. So rename is also sometimes it's required rename of respective columns about that particular columns to that particular things like if I will write about the year 58 or 1958. Let's see what it's going to be happen. I will get an error because something is we have to give in a quoted. You can see that year 58 is going to be happen. And when you have to run this data, you can see that year 50, what's data is equal to rename. But it's not getting. This should be change. Why it's not happening? We'll have to see with the other data sets, because this data set's having a little bit.
I think it is still because of the format. So you use double quote.
Yeah. Double quote. That's I understand it because it's always required to give these about
Single
this
quote space,
then
double
space. Yeah. That's I understand it. But this is something like we have to do it. So obviously year one, that's already I aware about that particular thing, but I am going to change with the data sets. It's not about for the calculation because only three features are given and now we are looking for the, some visualizations things. So that's why. And this data, if I'm going to look at about this particular things, so data dot is null. So is null is something the command we have to always use about that particular thing is the dot sum of that particular thing. So you can see that data is null. So there is no null value is present. So that's why I'm going to change with the data, because if the no null values or data is purely clean, then obviously what exactly we are going to perform it. So for that particular reasons, I'm going to take and change my data here. So let's I'm moving here and changing my new data here about this particular things. So all please can go ahead and find out is I can paste in a WhatsApp group as well. So don't worry about that particular things. From that you can take. So I'm taking the Airbnb NYC. So just allow me 1 minute so that I can paste or I can send on WhatsApp. Please check your WhatsApp. So you will get the data similarly, whatever the data I'm using here. Because if I will share here on this particular chats, I don't think like you people will able to open it, but I will try to share here as well about this. Just in a Teams, I will try to share. Just allow me 1 minute. Schedule a stream. It's not, they are not giving me permissions to share here. On WhatsApp group, I just shared it. So please just Airbnb NYC 2019 in IDMI groups. I just shared it. The group is there. So please just look about that particular things. So you will get the better understanding. So this is something I data. I just shared it. Japneet Singh is also replied the same things. Yeah, thank you for informing. Sometime I will also forget about that particular things. It might be happen. Uh, so I'm taking one df1 is equal to pd dot read underscore csv. Now I'm taking with this in this particular thing. So you can see my copy path. I can go ahead about this particular things. So you can see with that. So it will work it. Now, this is very, very important data because tomorrow also we have to see the operation here for this data as well. So DF1. Now this data is little bit having the very big data. You can see that 48,895 rows and the 16 columns are there. So for this data, you can no, if chat it the data is not going to be I cannot share it in the chats uh, because the problem is that the IDMI is not going to provide you me that particular thing so that I can share the data here. So that's the main issue I can think here about this particular thing. So that is the main reason I just shared about on a WhatsApp groups. Just where in a not 1 minute is still completed. So you can just refer the WhatsApp group. Definitely you will get. I just shared it. It's not about later, just before 1 minute, I just shared it. Still, if you not get received, just let me know. I can reshare on a WhatsApp group again. But please see to it that the others, what exactly this data to df1.head, you can see to it that this particular things. df1.head. Now you can see that. Name, host ID, host name, neighborhood, latitude, everything. So you can see that a lot of things I can see here about this particular things, and you will get to understand about this particular things, so that only you will get the understanding. Okay. I cannot have the authority to add a you people, so please uh, you can just ping to the respective. I can just share. Yeah, thank you, Ramnesh, for sending. I can reshare on IDMI group, so don't worry about it.
I've already reshared, so I think it's
Yeah.
accessible now for everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So this is my data here about, we have to move ahead and just see about what exactly this data is telling to me about this new code about. So df1 dot going directly about this describe. So you can see that with the describe commands, now this is something data where we have to work it, where we have to perform some work or some task here. Because the other data was about to only about the columns, and that data is already clean data. Now I'm just looking only one particular price column. Price column, you can just see to it that this is a price column. You can see that the count is obviously 48895 rows was there, and the columns are also there. 16 columns. Only the numerical columns are comes in the df.describes or the describe commands. You can just click here about the df.describe. You will see some informations from as well. Those who are using the Jupyter notebooks, they will get to idea about that particular things. You can see that when you just click on the, so generate descriptive statistics. So descriptive statistics include those that summarize the central tendency, dispersion, and the shape of data set distribution, excluding NaN values as well. So just remember it about that particular why we are using about this particular things. So just like price columns, as I'm talking about with the price columns, the mean is 152. Standard deviation is 240. As I told some times ago, a lot of deviation in the data. The deviation should be close to your mean, or if it might be a less than mean, that is fine. But if it is greater than mean, means your data is not normally distribution or not distributed very well. If you can see the mean is 0 and the max is 1000 or 10,000, you can just see to it that about this particular thing, so that you will get this little bit understanding about that particular things. So why this descriptive statistic is very, very important. Please take a note of that particular things. So you will get the understanding about that particular things, because it's mandatory step. You are not going to forget about that to do ahead about that particular or any particular reasons, like you have to just do some manipulations and without this particular, because this particular things you will get the understanding like how it's going to be possible or how it's possible. So just remember it about this particular things, like how we can go ahead. Now I'm coming to hear about this uh, one thing, df1 dot head. df1 dot head, I'm just going to drop some columns here like ID, name, or I'm just looking for to something about df relations, because I need to find the correlations here with the data. So if I will go ahead with this particular df1 dot correlations, definitely I will get an error. What error I will get? Could not convert string to floats and clean in quite at home by the path. So there are a lot of procedures are there, but I'm going to use something like I'm going to separate the things, because the calculations of the correlations is possible only in the numerical columns, not in the descriptive columns or that particular categorical columns, because correlation is possible like you have the two variables x, y, like two judges are there. One is x, one y, giving the answer or the scores, and from that you can come to the correlations. If there is a categorical value or data is there, correlation is not possible at all. So just remember it. correlation is only possible in the numerical column. So what something I'm going to perform here, because I'm getting error because could not convert string to float or that particular. So that's the reason. So I'm going to drop using about that particular simple line of the code so that I can drop it. So df1 dot drop. So how it's going to be possible? So df dot drop, you can see to it that this is the drop command. You can just see to it that just some reference point of view, I directly ID. So ID, I'm just going to ID. If you want to keep as it is, or I'm going to drop ID as well. Name also, I'm going to drop it. So name also, I'm going to drop it. Name also, I'm going to drop it. Then host name also, I'm going to drop it. So the host name also, I'm going to neighborhood group also, I'm going to drop it because these all are the categorical value. Just try to understand it. Neighborhood, drop it. The neighborhood is also there, so I'm going to drop it. So neighborhood also, I'm going to drop it. Now again, I'm going to move ahead here about this particular why I'm dropping, because correlation is not going to be found because string is cannot convert into floats. There is a procedure, we can do it, but I'm just going to drop about that respective columns and we have to calculate the correlations only the numerical columns. So the room type is also the categorical here. So the room type. So room type is also there. The rest is not about the all everything. So before that particular things, I can write about here one more line of a codes. So df1 dot info. df1 dot info. So obviously you will get the informations about all the columns. So you can see that, sorry, df1 column name is df1, right? df1 data frame, yeah. So ID is integer, that doesn't require. So that's why ID, it's the ID. Name, host ID, host name, neighborhood groups, object, and the object. So almost all the objects is taken as it is. One object, that's the last review. So the last review is also the object. So I'm taking as the last review as well to drop it. So the comma. So what actually I'm going to do here from here can take in the next column. So later I can take from the neighborhood. So this is x is equal to 1 means we are dropping the column. So that's why x is equal to 1 and x is 0 is using for the dropping the respective rows. So just remember it about that particular things. Let's hope it will work it. Df correlations. Now what actually I'm neighborhood group not found in axis. So what actually the problem is happening with the neighborhood group. So I think there's some spelling mistake. I did it. Neighborhood group. So but if it's possible, now it will work it. Yeah. So sometimes spelling mistake is there. So obviously you will get it. So how to drop the column? This is also the part of the EDA. Those columns are least important. Those columns are not important. Those features are not important for your exploratory data analysis, or that is the least important. That columns we should remove or we should out for the analysis point of view as well. Now, if you can see it with this particular things, df.correlations.orr about this particular things. So obviously you can see to it this particular things df.correlations. Now you can see the correlation is with this particular data frame. Now you can correlate with this particular correlation is the terms is very, very important. Two statistical concepts are always important in data analysis in data science. Please take a note of that particular. One is describe, and the second one we always talk about the correlations, because with this correlations, like if I'm talking about, if I'm concentrating on the price, My price is the main features. Obviously, the latitude, longitude, that's also not going to be much effective. You can see that I'm looking with the price directly. I'm sitting on a price because my price is my dependent features. Because I'm looking and I'm going to give the conclusion on the basis of the price or any particular columns, whatever the columns, you can go ahead and take it. So the price with the host ID, you can see that how much value 0.015. So it means that is a negligible positive correlations. Correlation values always lies between -1 to +1. -1 to +1. Please take a note of that. -1 to +1. -1 means strong negative correlations. +1 means strong positive correlations. If the value is between 0.5 to 0.5 to 0.5 and above, that means something moderate correlations. If value is minus 0.5 or something, that means strong moderate negative correlations. Always remember it that if the negative correlation is, that means it's clearly suggests you about like if one thing is increases, the other part will decreases. So that is the main things and main concept you should always remember it about the correlations. Already explaining what exactly do you mean by correlation. Correlation is something we have to correlate with the two variables, like the price with the correlation, how the price is going to be disturbed with the host ID, with the latitude, with the longitude, with the minimum nights, or with the number of reviews, with the reviews per month, with the calculated host. So the price with I'm considering with the correlations. So that's already I'm talking about, and still you are asking the same questions. I'm not getting what exactly you want to know. What exactly do you mean by correlation? So correlation is basically we have to see the correlations, how the correlations between the two variables. That is exactly the two variables. Now I'm considering here my variables as the price. So price with my all the other variables, I'm looking with the correlations. How the correlating is, it's a negative or the positive or a strong positive or strong negative. That's
So,
already I'm
Masuddin sir, so it's like if I correlate price with maximum nights, I can find the relation between the two variables, that is like the price and the minimum nights. And
yeah,
if
price and minimum
same for
nights
the
is
number of reviews.
0.042. So,
Exactly.
and number of reviews is minus 0.047954. That means what exactly? If this value is going, this is means what going to be negative correlation is there. It means if number of reviews increases, this particular thing is going to be increases, your price is going to be decreases. Or that if this
Understood.
variable increases, this will be decreases. And if there is a positive relation is there, it means if it is increases or the minimum nights variable increases, your price is also increases. So that exactly it
Understood.
means. Got it? Negative means it's
Understood.
inversely proportional and
Yeah,
positive means it's
understood.
directly proportional.
Directly proportional.
Yeah. And when I'm looking as a one or close to one, that's why I told I given one understanding about that particular things. Mm, yeah, obviously it's a practically we are seeing here about that's how one variables of about because of the data sets about this particular things. Like if I'm looking with the price with this other columns, with this all these particular columns, so 0.081829, so availability 365. So that means if I will increase the availability columns or availability variables, my price will be increases. You can compare with any variables and you will come to a certain conclusions like number of reviews with the others like latitude. You can see that it's a negative. So that means that the host ID, sorry, not latitude, number of reviews with the host ID. That means if host ID increase, number of review decreases. Latitude, it's again negative. Longitude, it's again positive. It's negative. It's negative. So 0.54. So you can see to it that this is something we can say that is a moderate correlations. So that if we are going to check within reviews per month with number of reviews, so that is a strong correlations between this particular thing, not the accurate or not the exact correlations, but this is some moderate correlation because its a value is 0.54. So if reviews per month variable is increases, your next variable number of reviews is also going to be increases moderately. So that is actually about the correlations, and this is very, very zero correlation means that is a no correlations between the variables. If there is a value is having the 0 point, so the latitude, you can see that if I'm looking about the latitude with the host ID, it's 0.0, that's very small value. And so that means it's hardly it's going to be effective. If it's 0.0 means it's a very small correlation. And if we are getting a zero, say correlation lies between -1 to +1. -1 means that total or the actual negative correlations that's directly is going to be negative correlations. +1, that's strong positive correlations. The strong negative correlation minus 0.5 and above, that means moderate correlations. 0.5 means moderate correlations, 0.5 and above. Less than 0.5, that means there is a correlations, but not that strong. That's why I told that price with this particular host ID, there is a positive correlation, but not strong. It's very negligible or very small correlation is there. When you're talking about zero, that means it's out of the box. We should keep that particular things. We should keep out and uh, keep out from the analysis because that doesn't going to be effect anyway because it's a zero correlation. Value is zero. That means, so hope everyone understand about that is a correlations and everything. Still anyone having any doubts? So just let me know. Like if I'm going to analysis about this data sets like the Airbnb, so obviously I come to a certain decisions. Yes, price is going to be dependent on this particular column, and it's going to be directly about, I can say that is a inversely proportional, directly proportional, it's effective or not effective. I can come to a certain conclusions after seeing with the correlations. So that is a very, very important part about this. So always remember that from the statistics point of view, that the describe and the correlations are the most and the major important parts. Now I'm coming to this next as my df underscore correlations.orr. Coming to see about something about here to see about what I can say that about something visualizations way, how we can see about that particular things to with the visualization way, how it's going to be possible. So let's, I can go ahead and visualize the things. So the correlation is also possible with the visualization way. Just remember it about that particular things. The SNS is the command. SNS means what we are using. Cbon I'm using. Please take a note of that particular things. That's already I enable about that particular things. SNS Cbon. Cbon is a library using for the visualizations purpose perspective. The correlation we are seeing here, that's heat map. You can see that. You can see that. So automatically you will see that, and plt.show. PLT is we are using about the matplotlib, and you can see that. Whatever the correlation is there, it's come in the form of the matrix or it's come in the form of the visualizations. So it's very easy to understand and easy to visualize about the things. So directly its color is also showing about that strong negative, about that correlations about that particular things. Like the correlation is the lowest correlation is 0.0 and the highest is 1. So the value is lies between this particular things, and obviously you can see that minus 0.0 about that particular thing. So just try to understand, this is the dark area is coming as the -1 about that particular thing. So obviously this is, you have to understand it about like how the thing is going to be possible or how we can perform the task about this particular stuff. So obviously you can create with this. This is a visualizations way we can correlate with the variables, and this is the table view, how we can correlate with the variables. So correlation is one of the very, very important part and very, very simple part as well. I can say that particular things. we can do it a lot of way. We can perform this particular task. It's a very easy task about how we can do it and how we can perform it. Just like I can go ahead with this particular things. I'm coming to here about some visualization. I'm looking here so that anyone can understand about this particular things, because on the first day I have to cover up some visualization as well as to correlation is already I covered it. Overview of the video, importance of the EDA, what EDA processes are there. I'm continuing the processes. Now, this is the first Seaborn we saw about that. Lot of things we can do it, lot of procedures we can do it about that particular things. Just like I'm not going to clean the data. I'm just looking directly to see some visualization as well. So let's we can how I can go ahead and I can create it about this particular thing. So in the visualizations, obviously you need a lot of uh, practice on matplotlibs and the Seaborns. Without that, you cannot go ahead. But obviously, it's a 2 days workshop. So I will try to use that particular techniques or that particular concepts. For example, I'm coming to one important part here about that is a box plot. That is also the statistical and how I can calculate about the box plot. See, this is something about you should understand about this particular thing is we always called as the heat map. Heat map is what exactly is about correlation with the help of visualization. Visualizations. So correlations, and this is obviously the correlations we calculated. So when I will share, so correlation, please take a note of that particular things. Now the next part I'm looking here about this is outliers. How many of you are aware about the outliers? Anyone aware about what do you mean by the outliers? Highly fluctuating values in the, yes, that's might be, yes.
The
Anyone
value,
others?
value which is different from the other samples.
It's different from other samples. Yes, we can consider that particular thing as well. What about others? Before the outliers, I'm just coming to one questions to all. Whatever I taught till now, still anyone not understand? See, the code is obviously the different thing scenario, because if you never saw the Pythons, if you never utilize the Pythons, obviously you feel the difficulties. But whatever things we saw, like the describe, like the concept of the uh, renaming the columns, like we saw the concept in dropping the columns, like we saw the concept about to using the log commands to specific value if we want to see or outprint, or like the head columns or that particular. Still anyone having any things that's you're not getting, like in the analysis, is it important or not? Why? So please you can ask as well. But outliers is my questions. That's what do you understand by the outliers? Values do not follow any trend in the data sets. Yes, Rohini, that's obviously I can say that outliers is well also that particular things. But before the outliers, I just want to your view, what you are or whatever I taught till now, how you understand or not. Just comment in a chat, or you can speak up as well. As those who are able to speak, please speak up, because I just need to know that, because tomorrow when I'm going to perform it, if you're not able to understand, then obviously it will be difficult to perform the practical implementations and all the things on VDA. So that's why I'm asking about that particular. So 26 people are there in a meeting, but no one is going to be response. Come on, guys, wake up and just comment it. Only few people are commenting, things. Following, okay. Sir, can you please explain what are outliers? Yeah, I'm coming to the outliers. That's why I asked first you people about the questions.
I mean, it's different from majority of data
Yeah,
of
okay,
versus the
that's also
population.
accepted. Okay, Mamta, that's fine. I followed all the Pythons. Okay, that's cool. What about others? Please, only 3 to 4 people are active in a meeting. I expect 100% attention, 100% response. Please, Sonal Raj is also following it. Measurement errors, data entry errors, or even outliers. Yes, that's also might be Vikram Chetli. That's totally acceptable. Devansh Chavan understood. AK Raju following. That's very good. Okay, Menon is also Rohina. That's thank you. Thank you for your prompt response and everything. Because I need that the boost from you people so that I can proceed with the further things. Because I need the continuous attention from you peoples and continuation conversation between you and myself. Because the session or the workshop is not like only I am going to speak or I'm going to do, you people should also ask it. So outliers, I'm coming to that particular. So a lot of peoples are already explained about the outliers. So I'm coming to see about the outliers in my data sets. So obviously there are a lot of way you can see and you can analyze it. But the best and the standard method we always follow that's known as the box plot. So the box plot is, I'm looking to the only one column here about that. That is my column. Now I'm coming to my own the original data sets. First of all, I can come to the DF1, or that's DF1 is already defined is there. So I'm coming to here outliers SNS dot box plot. You can see to it that box plot DF1, see automatically DF1 dot price, because the price is my main columns I consider it. So SNS dot box plot DF1 price, I selected that specific columns. Okay. I'm going to show you about that PLT dot show. You can see to it that. So the outliers, you can see to it that. So better what I'm taking here about this particular X equal to. So it will be a more better way, because outliers we have to just like the horizontally it will looks more understandable. Vertically is also fine. It's not a difficult or different things. It's the same. It's a box plot. In the box plot, there are three uh, part. The first one is we always learn from the left. The left first line you might seen about this is the Q1. The middle we are seeing about that inside that middle there is a Q2, and the last one is a Q3. So as already a lot of people already answer about the outliers, about the people that's outliers values which do not follow any trends in the data sets, or majority the value which is not going to follow with the majority. So the people are answered about that particular. Suppose that there is a something in an entry of the data sets, just like for this data sets already we are seen about here. You can see that was 0 to 30, 11. This is a row. If suddenly the value will comes like 0 to 11, and in between that the second row would be the 10th one. So that will, we can say that this is something the outliers value. Or in the price column as well, if you can see to it that, that's why already I asked about that DF1. Just see the price column. Don't look any other columns. Or if you want to observe other columns, that's also fine. That's not an issue. Total count is 48895. With the help of the count commands, we can do it definitely. The mean is 152. Standard deviation is also, means a lot of deviations is there. Mean is 0. Just see to it that minimum value is 0 and the maximum is 10,000. You can see that 25th percentile 69, 50th percentile is 106, 75th percentile is 175. That's acceptable. But when I'm talking with the max about that particular things, automatically as a data analyst, if you already done a lot of projects, obviously you will get the understanding, yes, there is a lot of fluctuations, a lot of value which are not going to be suitable about that particular things. So obviously we can come to that particular things about that particular way, or I can show you about that particular as well. PLT dot shape, PLT dot, oh, sorry, DF1 dot. So you can see that how many? That's 48895. That's 60. Also, if I'm going to use about that particular things as the print DF1, example, if I will go ahead and take about the 95, it's a 355. So 95 percentile is also we are getting about 355 or something. Okay. So, but max is we are getting 10,000. So that is, as a data analyst, we have a little bit queries, like we have to see to it that there is a fluctuation or not. As I created about this DA box plot is automatically showing me this all the values, this dot are the, you can see that this is the maximum value, that 10,000. You can see that it's going to be started from here, the 0. The values are there. Majority is there, I think. Majority is there something. And minorities are there. So it's your duty that you have to look at. So I just shown you about this particular things. This is a box plot. We just need to draw it. Obviously, we have to understand it about this particular things. I'm not going to remove about that particular thing. So outliers is nothing but you can research it. What is outliers and how everything's, lot of books, lot of definitions is available. Availables in the documentations. You can utilize it about that particular things. But outliers, yes.
Masudin sir, so outliers are kind of, what do you say, minority values that are beyond the normal range, means not in the central range where you have the
Yeah, in
majorities.
the
Is that
central
it?
tendency, yeah. Just like
Okay.
I can show you about one simple example, because this is a huge data set. So score is equal to, I'm taking so that everyone can understand it. So that's why I'm coming to here. 85, 85, 87, 88, 90, 92, 95. Taking this value is a 96, 97, 95, 96. Here I am taking as the 55. Just see to it that here I can take as the 100. The rest is fine. That's totally fine. So this is something one. Can anyone tell me what is the data type of this? I can check. So this is something score.
String array. Sorry.
It's not.
It's an array.
No. It's not. We have to check it. Control
List.
enter score. Score is there. If I'm going to use the type is the commands where I can use the score. You can see that it's clearly come as a list. It's not about that particular thing. So just remember it. There are multiple types of a data is available in your Pythons, but I'm talking about the PLT dot figure figure, fig size. This is the command, fig size 10,5. It's totally about you. That's what size you are going to take it. PLT dot box plots. There are both the way you can take it. SNS dot box plot or whatever the things is there. Score, word, false, PLT dot title. I can write is the box plot. Now from the we have small data, na 85 to 55. Anyone predict which one will be the outliers value or outliers data point?
55.
Okay. Exam scores. So I can give the PLT dot X label. So I can write the scores. PLT dot Y label if you need it. I don't need PLT dot show. Now you can see that. Now hope everyone understand about the outliers. Still anyone having any doubts? So just let me know.
Correct.
Got the point, Praveen?
Yes, yes.
What about others? Please let me know. Someone was asked earlier. Agastya, Bakshi, hope you understand also as well. Yeah, Sonal Raj, you want to speak something? You can go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to say that I understood it.
Okay, thank you. So that is about the some simple example. I just try to elaborate you so that anyone can get the exact idea about that particular why it's going to be draw two way. Anyway, I will look at that particular things because false school word size about this particular things. Anyway, that's fine. If I will go ahead with it. So SNS is just top of the matplotlib. So that's why sometimes you are using about this particular things. So outliers are the data points that are significantly different from the majority of the data. They can occur due to the variability on the data or errors. Outliers can affect the results of the data analysis and statistical modeling. So it's important to identify and handle them appropriately. So just remember it about that particular thing. This is a very, very important parts. You should always remember it. Now, we can move ahead and perform some little bit of tasks here about this particular things. Similarly, I can just show you one more things. If I need to convert in the data frame, so just like DF for outliers, this is something one data frame. I'm just going to create it. So you can create it PD dot data frame. You can see that PD dot data frames, and I can take it the scores. Yeah, scores and the columns is the score. Uh, I can check here about this particular PLT. So instead of PLT, if I will take as the SNS here, SNS box plot x is equal to score. So SCOR score. What is false? What we have to remove it, and we have to give here is a data is equal to DF score for score outlines. So PLT dot show scores, that's totally fine. Let's see it will work or not. Yeah, it's working properly. So you can see where why it's coming again and again. PLT dot X label, that's we have to remove it. You can see it with that. This box. So SNS, whenever we are to use the SNS, it's something more advanced, more colorful or that particular stuff we are getting. So it's a top of the I can say that is a matplotlibs. So hope everyone understand it. So this is, I just want to elaborate. Yeah, I just given about the exact briefing about the outliers, Agastya. I just given about that particular things. Exact brief or in a third outliers are the data points that are significantly, this 55 is significantly different from the majority of the data. The majority of the data was the 85 to this 100. It's 55 is significantly different from the, they can occur due to variability in the data or errors. Might be sometimes the typing error is also happening. Outliers can affect the results of your data analysis and statistical modeling. So if outliers we are not going to remove, obviously you will get a problems. So just remember it about that's how we can do it about this particular things, or it's going to be possible. I try to elaborate it so hope everyone understand it about the outliers because it's an important concept. What your someone has asked, let's have to see. So are outliers errors or so outliers can be either errors or anomalies depending on the context and the nature of the data. If you are talking about the errors, so outliers as errors due to the mistakes in the data collections, entry or processings, these errors can distort the results of your analysis and should be corrected or removed. Like data entry, like typographical errors, where the data entry of 1,000 was supposed to be 100. Measurement error might be happens. Data processing errors, incorrect data transformations or manipulations. And obviously anomalies is outliers as anomalies represents valid but unusual observations. This can be provide valuable insights and should be carefully investigated rather than simply removed. Like natural variability, like inherent variations within the data, such as I can say that is a exceptionally high sales during a holiday seasons, rare events like uncommon occurrences that are of the part of the data, like sudden spike in the website traffic due to a viral post, like Instagram, or sometimes we have to see that special cases, legitimate but infrequent data points such as an outliers in a data sets or of heights if it includes a very tall basketball player. So anomalies. And so it's the context you have to understand it. Then only you will get the understanding whether it's a outliers will be the anomaly or the errors.
Sir, I have a question.
So
Sir, I have a
yeah,
question. Sometimes,
Rajesh.
yeah, sometimes it can happen that the data collection is done by a separate party or agency. Okay, at that time it will be difficult for us to know whether it is an anomaly or an error. So how do we proceed at that time?
Can you repeat? Sometime data collection party is a different party, and you are getting the anomalies and the outliers,
Correct.
right? So what
Yeah.
your question exactly?
My question is, how do we know is it an anomaly or it's an error from the data collection? How do we know at that time?
So that's I just elaborate about this particular things. Like you can take the example about this particular any examples you can share, take it any example, just like here we taken about this particular. So we will get it out 55 is outliers. To determine if it is an error or an anomaly, you would check the date and compare it to other sources such as a, like if I'm considering as the this is a score of the uh, passing score, or like the temperature in Farad if I'm considering. So if I'm getting about this temperature in Farad about the 85, 87 or 55 about that. So the 55 is an outliers. To determine if it is an error or an anomaly, you would check the date and compare it to the other sources such as the weather reports or the records. So then only you can come to a conclusions like it's a error or the it's an anomaly. So it's you have to connect with the documentations of your whatever the party or whatever the organizations provided the data. So you have to connect with them, and reports or the records you have to check it. Then only you will come to a certain conclusions. Like summary, I can say that outliers due to mistakes that could be, or errors, sorry, or not outliers, errors, outliers due to mistakes that should be corrected or removed. Please try to understand that should be corrected. It's like if it's a thousand, we have to write it, but unfortunately it's written as 100. Like I can say that this is not a 55, this is a 95. By mistakenly it's going to be written as a 55. So obviously we can say that it's a by mistake or typo error or something going to be happening with that particular. But anomalies, outliers representing valid but unusual observations that can provide valuable insights. So for that context, and investigating the outliers are crucial steps in deciding how to handle them. So obviously you need to refer uh, your previous records, or the, like for example here I'm taking as the Airbnb 19 data sets. So suppose if I'm taking as the price column as the outlier, so now it's anomalies or it's an errors. I have to refer my previous data sets 18, 17, 16, and from that I can come to a certain conclusions. Yes, this is an error, or this might be an anomalies. So you have to refer your records and previous data or previous records. It's required to come to a certain conclusions, whether it's an error or whether it's an outlier.
It also might depend on, means, firstly, obviously, as you said, it might be a human error or an error from the data collection side. But also in the Airbnb data that we see, the 10,000 is an outlier. So we can check if it is due to higher number of reviews or higher number of minimum number of nights might be higher. Correlation also helps to determine the reason
Yes, yes,
behind the.
obviously. That's why the correlations and the others are important part as well. 100%.
For the score
So
as well. For the score also, you can check, as you said, the previous year's score. If the same student has,
yeah,
if the same
obviously. The
student has
previous
had a
record
better
is
score, or
always important. Always important. Previous record is always important to come to a certain decisions. Because without that particular records and that particular valuable insights, you cannot come and directly say that it's a anomaly or the errors what we are getting about.
understood.
Uh, yeah, Rohini is asking, sir, what do we understand from these graphs? Yeah, from this graphs, obviously you will getting from which graph? The first one or what? This one or this one? From this, we are getting exact idea about the where is the outliers. So you can see the outliers. They see this is a Q1. The first line, you can see that this is a Q1. The last line is a Q3. And the middle line is we called as the median line. So Q1, Q2, Q3. We have to see that the Q1, Q2, Q3. Obviously, we are going to calculate about that particular things. And the outliers is going to be calculated. That interquartile range, you can search it. Definitely, you will get that particular. Yeah, yes, already I tell, yeah, I think Menon is replied. Yes, thank you. I think someone was asked again. So anyway, we are moving towards, now let's see the outliers are there. Uh, how I can remove the outliers, how it's possible. So obviously there is a formula that's inter Z score is also there. With the help of the Z scores, we can remove it about this particular things, like the same data set is there. So the Z score, DFO outliers is there. So Z scores, I'm just coming to this here about this particular things. So you can use this as the NP dot absolute about that particular things. There are a lot of way we can create it, or we can out it. There is a IQR method is there. The Z score is method is there. So I'm looking for the first as the Z score. Okay. So outliers, Z scores, Z score. So NP is the commands that's we have this. NP is for the NumPy, ABS. So DF, I just define about the outliers name is DF. What was the name? DF for outliers. So I can write it DF underscore for outliers. You can see that my data frames. And from that, I can take as the score that particular things. This is Z score formula. You should remember it for that particular things. Obviously, everything is DF for outlier dot that particular thing says the score dot mean, and DF for outliers that standard deviations. So this is the formula actually. This particular things. So define threshold, threshold, define threshold. So define threshold I can define as a 3. I can define as a threshold is equal to 3. So threshold. So I can come to that particular explanation. So remove outliers, EF underscore Z underscore filtered EF for outliers Z score threshold. I just define threshold is equal to 3 about that Z score threshold. That's fine. Score. Zero 85 about that particular. Code I written about this Z score NP dot for outliers that just calculate the mean average about that particular things and the standard deviations. This is actually the formula of this NP dot about that particular things divided by the outliers. Therefore, the outliers score dot std about that particular things. Now threshold. So here the threshold is set to 3. This means by any data point with a Z score greater than 3, more than 3 standard deviations from the mean is considered an outlier. So the threshold you have to set up according to that particular things. So the statisticals and the remove outliers is define its well about this. What will be the output? It's a 55. So this create a new data frame. DF score Z filters. So outliers, just a second. So 1055, this particular thing as it is. So what we are getting here about threshold is equal to print Z score, first of all. So I have to do it separately, this particular thing, so then you will understand. So print Z score. Now the Z score is print Z score. So this is a Z score for all the data points here you are getting. So 0 point this particular things. What was the your score is all the things. So whatever the score would be there. Here I can consider as a threshold 3. Threshold 3 I can consider from this value I consider as a threshold 3 about 3. So DFZ score filtered and define DF for outliers Z scores Z score less than or equal to threshold. So print the data frame. I can write one command here. Print data frame without outliers. That's
Sir, this one will still contain the outlier because it's 2.77. That is less than 3.
so what should I can do? 2 point.
Keep it as 2. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can keep as 2. Yes. So Z score, because the Z score, yeah, definitely you will getting about that. So now if I will go ahead with this particular thing, so definitely I will getting an output. So you can see that outliers is removed because 55 is completely removed. Earlier, it was a 10 as a 55. You can see to it that this particular 0 to 9 we are getting about this. So this is one of the method. With the help of this method, we can got it, everyone, about this particular. So when you see the Z score about that particular thing, you can see the Z score 0.35, 0.1911 about, but this is the Z score is something comes out of the box about this particular thing. So just try to understand there are a lot of methods are there. It's not about only one methods or two methods are there. We can use the interquartile range. Interquartile range is also there, IQR. So Q1 is there. You can use the Q1 is equal to DF. One for the quantile is also there about that particular things. DF1, or I can take this is the same one as the DF for outliers. That's score dot quantile tile 0.25. This is also method one of this. Q3 Q3 is equal to DF outliers score or quantile 0.75. So IQR is equal to formula Q3 minus Q1. So the lower bound you have to select is that this is a formula. Please remember it, lower bound and upper bound. So I can define one more data frame DF underscore IQR underscore filtered. So DF for filters, DF for filters scores. This is the conditions we written about this particular things. Upper bound. Now coming to this particular things as the print, or without print also it's going to be, you can apply it. DF IQR. Hope it will work. So was never closed. What happened with this? Series object has number quantile. Series object having coming as a series object because already I converted about these in the data frame. Q1.
Is quantile a spelling?
No, that's fine. The quantile is totally fine. For
The
this
first line, sir. Q1, the quantile spelling is.
yeah. That's
Line,
fine.
sir, first line.
So you can see that 55 is completely removed from that particular thing as well. So this is also one of the method. Yeah, sometimes the mistake is going to be, you can do the manually as well. This is something the manually is going to be. Also you can do it, but that's fine. That's why we should need about the manually. Now, after the outliers, if you can go ahead and see about the uh, uh, box plots, how it looks like. after the outliers, because outliers we removed completely here, anywhere from that particular things. So obviously that whatever the score was there before outliers and after outliers. So we can go ahead and just draw about this particular things. Can come to hear about this particular things and just draw it about this particular thing. So you will get about the outliers about this is something you have to, or I can store this particular thing as well as here. So that will be more easy. It's df underscore for outliers score. So it's going to be stored here. So that's, I'm just looking to draw directly here. So that's why SNS dot box plot can directly take as the XNS box plot x is equal to, hope it will work it. Now you can see the box plot. Now earlier the box plot, how it's looked like. So this is about the box plot. We saw about this particular things. So this is the way you can do it, and you can perform this, and you can remove this particular things. Yeah, Vikram, that's I saw it. Sometime if we are going to do any spelling mistake or anything is going to be happen while doing. So see that we did a lot of practical implementations from the day one as well. Now, a few more things I want to elaborate. 5 to 7 minutes, 10 minutes, I will take more, and then we'll have to stop here. Hope everyone understanding about the outlier concepts and everything. Still, anyone having uh, doubts or queries, so just let me know so that I can try to elaborate.
Sir, will you be sharing the material?
What?
So will you be sharing the material, any material in this course?
Yeah, everything you will get it. On
Material
Monday,
recording also.
yeah, everything you will get it on Monday. You will get everything's recording. You will get today's recording by today afternoon onwards. But tomorrow's recording you will get it on Monday.
Yeah,
And
because we need to practice, sir. We are new to Python.
What?
Actually, sir, we need to practice afterward because we are new to Python.
Yeah,
So
obviously.
will
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you will get it recording. Don't worry about that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
100%.
So besides recording, you'll be sharing some PDF material or any material?
You will get the material as well as I will share on upcoming Monday.
Okay.
Monday, I will share the materials as well as about some materials on EDA, some materials on Python as well. So don't worry about it.
Okay, sir.
So I'm coming to this particular things. What was our DF Airbnb datasets we taken as the DF1? Sorry, I was forget. So DF1 dot column. So these are the columns. Now I'm just looking to see some plotting here. So example of scatter plot. So SNS dot scatter plot. You can see that SNS dot scatter plot. I'm taking X as the here about the X as equal to price. I'm taking here is the price. X I'm taking, or you any things you can take it. X I'm taking as the price. And Y price is the small, right? Price, yeah. And Y is equal to I'm taking as the reviews per month. Per month. Is equal to df dot that's particular title. If you want, you can give the title as well. So SNS is top of that particular things. PLT dot title. You need, I can write is this is the scatter plot, scatter plot, price versus reviews per x-axis, y-axis. You can do it in the plt dot x label. You can do is the price. I can write is in the dollars or whatever it may be. That's the dollar. plt dot y label. Per month. plt dot show. Will work? Yeah. So this is, you can see the price versus review, whatever things, if you need the different things. So you can see to it this particular things is going to be possible. You can also see the box plot as well as the this particular thing, as well as you have to just change here about this. Like for example, if I'm going to use the box plot, for example, it's going to be possible or not. Let's we have to check it, or we are getting some error, or what exactly we will get it. Because something, obviously we will get it. You can see that box plot. So lot of something kind of the data we what is not going to be understandable. So obviously we have to see the scatter plot whenever scatter plot about that particular things. So whenever we have to see the relationship between two variables, we have to use like you people might seen about the cricket games or the sports. The two bowlers comparison is always using the scatter plot. It's very important. So whenever we have to compare like Jasprit Bumrah versus the other bowlers, so two bowlers dot or that particular delivery is going to be shown about that particular thing as well. So it's going to be like you just try to understand about this particular things. It's very important. You have to understand it about that particular things. One more thing is that's a rig plot. Rig plot is something the updated versions of that particular regressions plot. Rig plot. So rig plot, what we are getting about here, about rig plot when we are going to apply it, you can see that something line also you will get it about that. Also, if I will get it reviews something, if I will add it some more parameters of, if I will add it about here, scatter, scatter KWS, uh, uh, 0.5. I'm going to remove about that particular things. Uh, I'm taking one more here, if says the view is equal to, if I will take as the type. Legend is also there. Legend, you can use it upper left or upper right. What's it? Okay, that's we have to use up. So rig plot is not taking about this. Scatter plot will take it. So scatter KWS. can see that. So some some more complexity if you need it. See, some parameters are going to be suitable with some kind of a plot. So scatter plots, you can see the different. So private rooms, entire home apartment, shared rooms. This is the hue we taken, but the graph is price versus reviews. Like the blue we are taking as a private room. The entire home and apartment is considered as the orange, and so we can come to a certain conclusions or some kind of a things or some kind of a value that's where it's going to be lies, what kind of a things. So visualization is very important. Please take a note of that particular things. That's why we always try to perform this visualizations. We can also do the histogram as well. Like the KWS, what I define here about this particular thing as these. If I'm going to change my room type here from this, so plt dot show scatter KWS. Okay, so rig plot we have to define here. Rig plot. It will work, yeah. So like if you are going to change the value of this particular things, see what it artist will be found legend. Note that artist whose label start with an out underscore ignore legend is called as argument. So that's fine. That's error is something. If we are going to change with the value as 0.1, what will be the effect? You can see that. So try to understand about the value of it's ranging from 0 to 1. Please take a note of that particular thing. Alpha is ranging from 0 to 1. So 0.5 is properly, we can see with that. So there are a lot of parameters are there. If you are going to put some data analytics, not data analytics, data science or something with the from the scratch and properly study of the matplotlib, seaborn, definitely you will get a lot of things. Similarly, if I will get a copy of this particular things, and if I'm coming here to elaborate something, example of histogram, if I will take it, you can see that histogram. So rig plot is there. So you have to take as the hist plot. So that will be the hist plot. X is the price. I can take change completely here about this particular things. Here I'm going to change it. A lot of way you can write it. So I can show you about already you can see that if you want to take it similarly. But I just try to want to taking about the DF1. DF1 that the price bins is equal to 20. That's I'm not going to take first this bins. Directly I'm coming to here and just show you. plt.show. Y label is I can write the frequency. See. And this is a hist plot. Histogram. Histogram of price PNB listings. And is required. No, I don't require the region. Two things I would let it. So let's I can keep this particular thing. It's a simple price I given. So obviously it's not work. So obviously we have to write the proper name price. This plot is there. So this is kind of, and now when I'm just going to define about the bins. Bins is equal to 30 or 20, whatever. Is there any effect I'm going to see? Well, bins see. Bins. This will be the bins. You can see that more proper way you can visualize the things. Frequency, you can see that 0 to prices of that particular thing. So obviously you will get about that. This is the output you are getting is. So this is something we are now edge color. If you need it, you can do it. So edge color as well as lot of parameters are available in the visualization. Edge color is there, I think. Edge color is equal to, if I will take as the black, but it's going to be in effect. We can see to it here. So edge color is black. I can guess if I will take as the yellow, acceptable only. So you can see that the edge color of this particular yellow or something. So whatever the things you can need its modifications or that particular things you need it. So red, the short form is also available. You will need to learn the documentations of the matplotlib or the cbounds. You can definitely get the idea about that particular. So this is about the histograms. So histogram, we can do it. A lot of way you can do it about that particular things. Uh, you can draw it with the visualizations. Obviously, when we tomorrow we'll see about the cleaning and the visualization is again going to be cover up here about this particular place. So you will get the exact idea and exact understanding about that particular exploratory data analysis. Anyway, anyone having any questions or queries regarding whatever I taught today, still not able to understand, just let me know. Because my main motive is like all the candidates should understand it, whatever I try to elaborate. Yeah, 100% you will get everything's would be there. So this all the parts I try to cover up, whatever the part is there from the day one, day two. So the introductions of this particular overview of the data visualizations, we saw about that distributions, correlations, and relationship. Each and every part I try to elaborate from the basic examples to the advanced example of taking the data sets of Airbnb, taking the data sets of the airplane. Lot of data sets are available, so you can do the practice. Tomorrow, when we are going to move it directly, we can go ahead with the data cleaning because our this data is having lot of null values. Because if you can go ahead and see my data here about this df1 dot is null, you can see that a lot of things is there. So a lot of null values is present. 1005221 for this column. So lot of null values and that particular thing is present. So we have to learn and understand for tomorrow's as the cleaning the data, how handling missing values, detecting and removing outliers. Already I shown today data transformation and normalizations, and we'll also have to see the feature techniques and creating new features, feature selections techniques as well. So hope everyone understand it. Still anyone having any doubts? How was the session? Just want to know it because those who are already involved in the Python, they are aware and they understand very well. But those who are totally new for that particular things, obviously they will take a time to understand, to grasp about that things. But you need to do a lot of practice while doing the EDA or that particular things. Anyway, anyone want to speak or anyone want to ask something, you can ask it. Otherwise, we have to wind up the sessions and we'll meet in the upcoming sessions tomorrow. So where we will discuss more. Anyone, I want to hear something. Don't hesitate to asking about anything. Please take a note. You can ask 100 times. I'm here to answer you 1,000 times. So don't worry about that. This is my habit of taking the trainings. Whatever doubts or anything you have in mind, please speak up. Try to speak. If not able to, write in a questions in a chat box. Definitely, I will try to elaborate and try to explain it. Anyone having any queries? I'm here to listen. Anyone? Rohini, Siddhi, Arushi, Agastya, Rajesh Kumar Nair, Sona Raj, Praveen Menon, Vikram. Anyone?
It was
Anyone?
a really good session for a starter. I have been introduced to Python a lot of times, but answering these many questions, that is, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, always.
so,
Just
nahin,
a wait, don't lift anyone. I can share my notebook to all. so that you can refer for this particular restricted. I can anyone with the links. So I can copy my link and paste it in a chat box. Please refer it.
Thank you so much.
So you can connect with me for further anything if you required it. Anyone having any more things to speak up, please speak up. Yeah, I just shared the link. Please go ahead with this. Yo, so thank you so much. Tomorrow we are going to meet with the same time and we'll have to enjoy a little bit more about this, the operations of the data. Tomorrow we'll have to see more different type of visualizations, cleaning, handling, calculating a lot of different things. So we'll meet tomorrow and we'll discuss more. Till that time, thank you so much. Take care. Have a nice day. Enjoy your weekends. Take care. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sir. Thank you, sir.